Hello. Mic check, mic check. Hello. How are we all doing? Think this is working. I think. Let me just have a look. I'll go away, keyboard. Dashboard. There we go. Dashboard. Hey, it's working. There we go. Welcome, everyone. How are we all doing? Keith, welcome. Dream, welcome. Jason, welcome, mate. Jason, I'm going to do something you enjoy tonight. But while I'm waiting for some people to come in, I've got to put this one switch back together. Jason, you're going to love this video that I've just filmed on this one earlier. You're going to love the video I filmed on this one earlier. Do you want to see? What would you like to see? A little preview. Stab damage. Ah, you're going to love this one, mate. Check that out. Someone got a little bit naughty with a screwdriver on this one. Let's just say it was more than one layer. It was more than one layer. You haven't talked to me all day. Oh, did you miss me? Windows 11 had dice. Addy, welcome. Against your better judgment, you bought an old Mac Classic motherboard. Nice. T-Pass, welcome. Safe, welcome. Right, I need to put this back together while I'm waiting for some people to come in. And then I'm going to do a blue screen of death. No, I've been busy, Jason. How are you, buddy? How are you, mate? I've been busy, mate, dealing with crap like that. Got a YouTube tip for you tomorrow. Oh, what's that? Guess what I got, look. And I have spoke to you, actually. I spoke to you on your own Twitch earlier, when you were streaming this morning. So I have spoken to you. I've got Kester. I've got Kester. I've got lots of Kester. Raven, welcome. What are you fixing today? I've got a blue screen of death Nintendo Switch to do in a minute. Probably going to need a reball. Or a reflow, one of the two. I'll probably do it as a reball, to be honest. I'll see how I feel. But yeah, this one was pretty fun. Had some flux and reflow. But yeah, that was pretty fun to do. But look at that. Yes. Video coming tomorrow. Oh, hang on. I haven't put the motherboard screws in. RIP CPU. Yeah. Wayne, welcome. You know how YouTube punishes you for streaming and found a way around it? Do you mean by delisting your streams? Is that what you mean? Delisting the streams? Because I've heard of that. I have heard of that. Wow, I haven't put any of the screws in. Jesus. I have. I've put that one in there for definite. Homer, welcome. Prey, welcome. Any joy putting that PS4 original together? Not as yet, mate. No, unfortunately not. I am trying to find time. I'm being honest. I'm trying to find time, but I am struggling. I actually fell asleep while I was waiting for the video to encode. To be honest, that tired. I'm that tired. Look at that. I didn't put anything on this. What the hell? See, that's what I mean. That's the kind of mental state I'm in at the minute. Just finished a service job on an Xbox One that was infested. Ooh, nice. Oh, lovely. That sounds like fun, that does, mate. Sounds like a lot of fun. Actually, I've got an Xbox One which I bought. An Xbox One S. Which I don't know if he's here yet, but Andrew Henderson thinks that it's going to be the APU, but I think it's just overheating. Right, have I got everything? I think so. The PS4 that wasn't fixable, try and reflow. It's already gone, mate, but it wouldn't be the safe bridge anyway. That would give either no power or a 6-second blue light of death. If you mean the RAM one, if that's the one you're referring to, it would either be no power at all or a 6-second blue light of death if it was safe bridge issue. So yeah, good thought on it though, but yeah, safe bridge doesn't generally cause lung pulsing blue light of death in my experience. I've never had it cause a lung pulsing blood. Nah, it's already gone, mate. It's already gone back to London. He went back Friday. You could smell it as soon as you put it on your table. Nice. Ouch. Oh, gutty, mate. Got my best buddies Zeus Q550 on the bench. Only turns on when the battery is out. You push the power button while plugging it in. Could be just a internal short in the battery, I guess. Lung pulsing sign is a good. Lung pulsing heart is a sign of a good heart or a bad APU. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think I screwed up on that PS4 anyway. I think I installed the wrong RAM. I know it works on Xbox, but I don't know if it works on PS4 with mismatched RAM. So, yeah. It sucks, but it's already gone back now, so they'll probably send it somewhere else. People usually do. But I'll get in touch with Console Repair London on that one and just let him know that I might have made a mistake on it and try and contact the customer. Maybe even offer to do it for free if they send it back just because it's my mistake. Right, I'm a screw missing, which I'm assuming wasn't there to start with because this was a pro repair attempt, so yeah. Yeah, I am a screw missing and I know why, because someone had installed the wrong screw. Someone had put a weird flat screw there. Thumb screw of some sort. Cam, welcome, mate. Damn it, now I put the screw in the wrong place. I screwed the wrong hole. It's not the wrong hole, it's just meant to go on top of the SD card. Yeah, but this is the one I worked on earlier for the video I've already edited. which I'll upload tomorrow. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's get the warranty sticker intact. Boom. And there we go. That's what she said. What was up with this one? This was stabbed by another person. I'm not even joking. I've got a video coming on it tomorrow. I wasn't gonna do a video, and then I thought, yeah, let's just do a video on it. Why not? Like, so I thought to myself, well, I've got loads of no, because it got sent in for no power. And I thought to myself, well, I've got loads of no power stuff on the channel, and I was like, you know what? It might be alright for a backup video, just to put some content out if I run out of stuff to upload at some point. I'm glad I did now, because someone stabbed through about 4 layers of the board. So the internet's just been rebooted. And no, I can't sort it, I'm streaming. Alright. Definitely can't be going and sorting that out. But yeah, I rebooted the internet just before I started. There's that. But if the internet's working for me, then it should be working for everyone else. So I really can't go and sort it right now. I'll arrange to pick up for my PS4 1200 on my through. Right, I mean, yeah, I've definitely got consoles. It's just finding the time to sort it, mate. That's the problem. Sorry, Sarah's on the phone, so she can't hear me. So I've got to type to her. Yeah, I've literally got a full internet connection, and I'm using the exact same pods. Right. I'm done on this one anyway. So these last couple of screws. Message is shown before we see you typing. Yeah, it's a little bit of a lag. About a 5-second delay. About a 5-second delay on the video feed. Right, that screw's no good. Well, the customer name on this was John Smith, so I don't think that's the right name. I'm wondering why they put John Smith as the name. It could be the right name, but very doubtful. Very doubtful that's the right name. Never mind. Right. Now I'll put that back together. Let me just clean this crap off. Yeah, I understand, Geeky Boy. I can try and do it by Friday. I'll try my best to do it by Friday. It all depends what I can get done tonight and tomorrow, to be honest, in terms of work. I do have one rule that I want to try and implement, and that is if I record a video, I want to edit it the same day. You need elves. I do need elves. I want to try and edit it the same day. Like earlier, I started the video, and then Sarah asked me to watch Cody, because Cody's not well. So Sarah asked me to watch Cody while she went to pick the other one up from school, the middle child up from school. So I started editing the part of the video I'd already recorded. As Max don't like super glue. I agree. They really don't. When did you unscrew your mat? About a week ago. He was doing my editing, having to move the camera all the time. Right, okay, so this has apparently got a blue screen of death. It's not turning on right now though. I hate Twitch. Why? Why? 20 minutes to log on a new device. But at least it's secure. At least it's secure. Nah, Twitch is alright. Oh. Hello. Well, there's your blue screen of death right there. Alright. There shall be your blue screen of death. So, this is going to need, very likely, bollocks secure, just let me log in. I've got two-factor authentication on though. Yeah, so very likely this is going to need either a reflow on the CPU or a reboard of the CPU. It's usually down to a connection issue on the CPU or SoC, whatever you want to call it. Password requirements are like something for MI5. That's Amazon for you, mate. It never used to be like that, which is why I've still got an insecure password. Before Amazon took over, you could use any password, 8 characters or more. Mine's still the same password that I used 5 years ago. No, 6 years ago. That's too bloody wide. Are you in a mood tonight, mate? Wayne's just trying to find anything to whinge about. Nah, how's it going, mate? How's it going, buddy? He's not a fan of Twitch. Good job, I like you. Careful, I know where you live. I know where you live. Oh shit, you know where I live as well. Fuck. Permanently time of the month, yeah. I hate these screws. Wayne's like that old woman that just pisses and whines about everything. That's why him and Jason get on so well. Finished ranting now. Ah, I lost the screw. There it is. I do love a good moan. And me, mate. And me. Steve, welcome. Right. Yeah, once you've logged into Twitch, you can say, remember this device for 30 days. That's what I'll usually do. What we're doing, this is a blue screen of death, mate, on a Nintendo Switch. Right. So, I'm going to remove the heatsink so I can get to the CPU. Reboil or reflow, one of the two, mate. One of the two. Keith, how's it going, mate? How did the hospital thing go? Right, this is another HID CPU with a blue screen of death. Why am I seeing so many of these? I'm not even joking. Like, the HID is really bad for blue screen of death. Like, the ratio of blue screen of death to, for example, no power on a HIC model was probably about 50 to 1. As in 50 no power to 1 blue screen of death. This is probably about 10 to 1 in the opposite direction right now. I'm not even joking. Right. I'm going to heat up this little bit of foam. Of course, it's going to rip anyway. Because it always does. Well, maybe not always. Let it rip. I'm not going to sit there fighting with you. Sometimes I just want to rip. It's all good. Paul, welcome, mate. What causes blue screen? Usually the CPU, mate. Comic, welcome, mate. And Raven as well. Good, mate. I took scraps to test with. Got a phone call on Wednesday. Oh, okay, mate, cool. I hope it all goes well for you, mate. I'd say I'll be thinking of you, but I'm usually thinking of naked ladies, so... Yeah, sorry. I'm only joking, mate. No, I do genuinely hope it gets better. I hope it goes well for you. Right, so... Blue screen of death is usually caused by the CPU. Cheap ass, thank you for the subscription, mate. Thanks for using your Twitch Prime on me. Mucho gracias. Yeah, so usually it's a blue screen of death is caused by the CPU, which is why I've cleaned off the CPU just to do a quick preliminary test. That's going to be to put some pressure on the CPU and just see if it goes away, see if it boots. So we've still got the blue screen of death, and then I have tried my good sub with that, and it would sort it out, and it would sort out the ads issue. It would sort out the ads issue. Right, here we go. Pressure on the CPU, so I'm just pressing down on the die. So the die is under this copper piece here. Pressure on the CPU. This might not work with the reflow. Let's try that again. A bit more pressure. Nope. Alright. Let's try it with some pressure in a different spot. No. Okay. Yeah, you just have to do it every month, yeah. Okay, so it could still be the CPU. Well, it's most likely still the CPU actually. But it could also be the RAM. So the RAM's known to cause it occasionally. It's just more often than not the CPU. So I'm going to try the same trick again, but with the RAM. So I'm going to get the shield off if I can. Come on, Mr. Shield. Ah! I think I just ruined another pair of tweezers. Ah, damn it. I need to stop doing that. There you go. Right. Let's try it again with the RAM. Careful not to stab yourself. You mean like someone stabbed the board? Reflow will be fine, possibly. Alright, so let's try top RAM. Nope. Still besod. Let's try bottom RAM. Nope. Still besod. Background rain says nice. It's annoying. I have to speak louder. Right, so we still have besod. So I'm halfway through dealing with one of the most complex repairs you can get. If you can't do it by rebooting, there's nothing I can do. You'll just have to connect up my mobile hotspot. If it doesn't work with you rebooting it, then it's not going to work with me rebooting it, and that's the only thing I can do. I can't reboot anything else because it'll kick the stream off. Guys, give me a minute. I can't go around there and do it, but you guys said you used your phone last time. Connect up my hotspot and she can use that. That is all I'm going to be able to do. I can't reboot the entire internet. It's going to kick everything off. It's going to kick the entire stream off if I reboot all of the internet again. It's been playing up all day, which is exactly why I rebooted it. Yeah, if she's trying to use any social networking, it's all down. Every bit of it is down. That's why I rebooted the internet, because I thought it was our internet. It's all down. There's major issues. don't see how there's anything I'm going to be able to... This is the problem, I can't do anything. If it's down for you and it won't reboot... If it won't reboot, I can't help Cam, that's the thing, I can't, because the only thing I can do is reboot the internet again. And it's going to kick everything off. I can't do that. I can't kick the stream off again. I've already delayed it by half an hour to try and reboot the internet, to try and fix the internet issues. So if Leanne's are red, if Leanne's pods are red and ours are white, unplug Leanne's, leave them unplugged, and she'll pick our pods up. It's the same network. She'll pick our pods up. The reason she can't connect if hers are red are because they're not picking up. That's the rain. The pods are next door. That's because it's pissing down with rain and it's affecting the signal. It's not connecting to the signal, so the only way she's going to be able to connect is by connecting to one of our pods. So you'll have to unplug her pods, leave them unplugged for tonight, and then tomorrow I'll have to run an Ethernet cable round so as it don't disconnect when there's rain. But that's the only thing I can do. She'll have to connect to our pods. If she disconnects her pods and just completely removes it, completely unplugs them, then she'll automatically pick our pods up. Because it's on the same network. It's all part of the same network. So the only way that you're going to be able to do it is by unplugging her pods. It's going to be the rain. It's absolutely battering it down outside. It's going to be the signal because of the rain. It's the only thing I can think of that it should be. It's not Virgin Media's equipment, mate. It's mine. £600 worth of wireless pods. Right, I'll be back in a minute. Give me 5 minutes, guys. Right, is this back live? Is this back live? Is it back? I think we're back. I didn't reboot the modem, guys. Yeah, that was annoying. The entire reason that no one could pick up a signal is because Sarah buried the pods. Sarah buried the pods with boxes. Thank you, Mr. Hero, for the subscription, by the way. I appreciate that, mate. I didn't see that because I wasn't here. Yeah, Sarah buried the pod. Yeah. So the reason that the pod next door can't pick up is because they need that specific pod to bounce off. That's annoying. Yeah, I moved my computer desk the other day and I said to Sarah, can you put the outstanding jobs in this corner and then the finished jobs can go somewhere else. That can't be screwed to the ceiling, mate. Them stand-up pods. And the pod used to be on the computer desk and it was supposed to go onto the fireplace. And yeah, it didn't go on the fireplace. It went on the floor with boxes on top of it. So the pod couldn't breathe. The pod could not breathe. The airflow is at the top. So the pod couldn't breathe and it also was blocking the signal. I got the coffee, yeah. It's a mesh network, mate, yeah. It's a mesh network with 8 pods in total. There's one at the front of the house. No, one over the road, one at the front of the house, one in the middle room. No, 2 in the middle room. One in the workshop, one upstairs in my bedroom, and 2 next door. And the pod that next door connects to get their internet is the pod that got buried. Literally, it's the pod that got buried. Which is exactly why I've been having internet issues myself over the past couple of days. Which is really annoying. Could supply internet to the whole neighbourhood. Yep. I'll supply it to 2 people, mate. That's why there's so many. Not for free, no. No, they'll give me £20 a month each for it. Basically, Sarah's fault. It literally is. I don't mean to sound nasty, but it is. I didn't put the pods on the floor. I didn't put the pods underneath boxes. So now I've got to run a speed test and make sure mine's working. Well, make sure it's working properly. I should be going gigabit speed. There you go. Literally just by lifting the pod off the floor, fixes everything. There's a reason pods are not meant to go on the floor. There's a reason wireless equipment isn't meant to go on the floor. You've got copper under the floor. You've got you've got copper piping under the floor. You've got wires under the floor. You've probably got old lead under your floor from when they used to use lead pipes back in the 60s and 70s. There's a reason network equipment isn't meant to go on a floor. Yeah, any device needs to be up high. Nothing like throwing your wishes under the bus. Now, honestly, I don't mean to, but it's the truth. Sorry, but it's the truth. Cam, welcome, mate. I don't mean to, but that's just the way it is. Is Virgin Fibre not symmetrical? No, we get 50 up on gigabit. 50 up on gigabit, mate. We'll let her off this once. I won't, because it's just wasted 15 minutes of my time. No, it is annoying though, because I'm the one who's supposed to be dealing with the internet and keeping the internet online for everyone. For the 40 odd devices what connect to it, I have to keep that online at all times. I'm the one who gets moaned at when it goes offline, but it's not even me that caused it. Look, there's 40 odd devices connect to my internet, literally. 40 odd devices. At a time. What's Quicklime, mate? Oh, you're not in the UK though, are you? Fang, welcome, mate. Sounds like you need a few more. Nah, there's enough. I can show you the pods. I can unplug my pod without it affecting anything. My pod's the last one in the line. Let's put it this way. I've got the strongest Wi-Fi signal. The strongest residential Wi-Fi signal you're going to find. Genuinely. Right, these are the pods. These are the wireless pods. And they're meant to stand up like that. It was stood up like that on the floor with a box right over the vent. Did Sarah make a coffee? Yeah. Get true speed. I do get gigabit speeds, mate. I do get gigabit speeds. But yeah, we've got 8 of them. Anyway. I think it was Phil's fault. Bollock you, I'll retract my well wishes. Don't make me retract my well wishes. Virgin Media ain't bad. I'm getting my 4 gigabit most of the time. And bear in mind there's like 40 odd devices. 500, 500. How much does that cost, mate, in Canada? It's pretty expensive in Canada, isn't it? I know the US is expensive. I'll pay £120 a month, but that includes 2 TV packages, movies, kids programs, sports, and an unlimited everything on the phone, on SIM. $80. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I mean, I'm assuming that's CAD as well. I'm assuming that's Canadian. So that's what, $60? I mean, I don't need more than 50 up. 50 up, you only need 30 for 4K streaming. So, yeah, Canadian bucks, yeah. So yeah, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good deal. What you're getting there. Gig up and down £36 a month. U fibre. Yeah, but it depends where you are as well, though, because I mean my area is not supported by things like fibre, hyper optic and stuff like that. Not yet, anyway. Second, it is. I'll be leaving Virgin Media. Let's put it that way. We don't watch a TV. Like the kids watch it, but oh well, they got YouTube. Sounds mean, but oh well, they got YouTube. Right, so I'm going to attempt to reflow this. Yeah, so Facebook's been down all day, hasn't he? But not all day, but it's been down for since what, 5 o'clock? Can you get BT full fibre? I wouldn't go with BT, mate. I hate the company. Hate them with a passion. I hate BT. I wouldn't go with them if they offered me 10 gig for free. Genuinely. I hate the company with a passion. I signed up to BT about 10 years ago. I paid my bill every single month. I missed one bill and they cut me off within days for missing one bill. I just fucked him straight off. I was like, yeah, you ain't getting it. Fuck off. Bye-bye. Missed one bill and they cut you off. Virgin Media, they'll let me go up to 2 months without paying if I forget to pay it. Because I forget to pay Virgin Media all the time. And they don't generally cut it off until like a month later. A month after it's overdue. Lost 50 billion in shares. Dang. Why not have a direct debit? Because every single time I set the direct debit up, my bank decides to bounce it. Like my car insurance, for example. Like Console Repair London transferred £1,204 to me on the 30th, which was the day my car insurance was due out. No, on the 29th, my car insurance was due out on the 30th. I usually transfer it to savings, to my savings account, but I left it in there because I knew my car insurance and my car payment was due out. So I left it all in there. My car payment for £312 come out, and the bank bounced my car insurance, even though the money was in there. Santander, mate. It's one of them top-up debit card accounts. Right. Yeah, so that they allowed the one payment to go through, the higher payment, but then the lower payment of £93 that bounced. Even though I left that money in there, there was £1,200 in that account. £900, well, just under £900 when the car payment had gone out, and they still bounced the payment. They still bounced the payment for no reason, even though the money was there and available. The pods look really good. I live in a 3-story house and my Wi-Fi is rubbish. Yeah, the Wi-Fi, the Virgin Media standard modem is shit. That's why I go for my own. Facebook is back up now. Yeah. Fuck Santander, that's shit. I know. It's the only account I can get my credit ratings wank. Right. HSBC. Yeah, thanks for wasting 15 minutes of my time, sir. You buried the Wi-Fi pod. That's why it wasn't working. You buried the Wi-Fi pod. I'm assuming it's back up. Facebook's still slow as shit for me. Yeah, well, I expect another cup of coffee when I go back in the house. Give her a break. Give her a broken nose. What? Sorry, I didn't say that, did I? WhatsApp is still connecting, I know. Facebook's slow as fuck. No, I'm in bed. Well, get out of bed and make me a coffee. No, I'm joking, guys. I would never lay a finger on that. Fucking kick her instead. Anyway. Yeah, Virgin's Super Hub 3 is absolutely shit. I've got the Super Hub 4 and that's just as bad. Them pods, I can get you the model number for them. They are pretty good. You don't want to get the cheaper ones. There's not much of a difference in price. If you look on Scammazon, You can probably get them cheaper elsewhere. Mesh Wii? Really? It's these pods, but it's not these ones. It's I think it's the S4. No, that was a bit cheaper than that. They might have gone up in price a little bit. I'm pretty sure I paid £100 for mine, but these are them. I've got a mixture. Some I've got just for Wi-Fi, so I've got the cheaper ones like the 89.99, which are gigabit, but they've only got 100 megabit per second ports on the back. Whereas some of them, the ones I've got hardwired, I've got these ones, which are the Deco S4s with the gigabit ports, and they can handle up to 100 devices. I believe 100 devices per pod. Actually, no, it can't be because there's only 254. Is it 254 addresses in the range? I don't know, something like that. Went for the Raptor GT. Oh, that's a really good. Yeah, that's a really good router. See, the thing with Wi-Fi, the thing with mesh pods though, is they all bounce off each other, and you don't lose signal wherever you are. Like I can walk from the street next to me to the street the other side of the house, like the street that's the other side of this street, and I won't lose signal because it's mesh, so it all bounces. What mic am I using? This is a Rode Wireless Go, mate. Well, actually, this is the. This is just the. I haven't actually got the wireless parts plugged in at the minute. I should really plug them in, save being tethered. So I've got, for receivers, for wireless receivers, I've got these, which are the Rode Wireless Go. I've got some of the Smart Lav Plus, which are these ones with the grey cables, or the grey connector. But I've also got where's the other ones? Let me just open these and it'll probably give me the recommended thing. Is it this one, 50 odd quid? Yeah, 58 quid. So I've got this. These are the mics I'm using. This is the lav mic I'm using. You can use this on its own. Like if you don't want to go wireless, you can just buy this, and that'll plug straight into your computer. So you can go with just a standard lav mic, or you can get the wireless receivers at the same time. It's expensive, but they are really good mics. So I've got the Wireless Go receivers, and then I've got that the Lavalier Go microphone, but I've also got the Smart Lav Plus mics as well, which I've just got as spares, which I'm going to be needing soon because I kind of melted one of these. Again, second one I've done. Let's fuck off the repair and just talk tech. Yeah, why not? And give him the CVC code as well. I flashed my debit card the other day on stream like a dickhead. I didn't flash the card. I flashed the back, but you could see the cards. I had to cancel my card. The road sounded look okay. They are really good, mate. They are really good. Right. I've already got Windows 11, mate. Not on this computer. I've got it on Sarah's laptop. Yeah, Rode are your professional grade, but cheap. They are professional grade, but they're cheap. Right, so I'm going to attempt a reflow on this. And if that don't work, then it's going to be rebought. but usually it's down to the CPU. Pressing on the CPU doesn't always work, and a reflow can still work. What the? My fucking nozzle's just come off. Really? What? Yeah, I think my nozzle's a little bit blocked up, don't you? Well, now I've got too much flux on here. Ah, it'll be fine. Yes, the VPN works absolutely fine on Windows 11. I used it the other day to buy a US key for Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. Easiest way to do Windows 11 if you can't pass TPM. Install it on a virtual machine, and then use Acronis Backup Advanced 11.7 to back up the entire drive, the entire virtual drive, and then transfer it over to a working drive. I do keep intending to do a video on that, but I haven't got a laptop that doesn't support TPM at the minute. I've got one, but it needs fixing. Right, so I've got my hot air set at, I'm going to go for 400 degrees Celsius at 40% airflow. I'm just going to flow this. I'm going to get some tweezers at the ready. The Acronis idea works, mate. 100%. Works every time. I'll do a video. If someone's got a laptop that they want to send me that doesn't support it, I'll install it for you, and then I'll do a video on it. And I won't charge. Just pay postage back. Should be just about ready to reflow. Okay, that's reflowed. I don't know if that come across on camera that I nudged it, but it did reflow. So I'm going to let that cool down for 2 minutes. Apologies for the rain on the roof. It is absolutely belting it down. Always fancied a Hackintosh. You can on AMD hardware, I think, when you're building a new workshop. I haven't got time, mate. I honestly don't know. But I haven't got time. It's having the money as well, because wood is at a premium at the minute, and I just can't get it from usual. See, I've usually got suppliers. But I've got people in different industries who can get me the stuff I need, and at the minute, even they can't get it. Like, I've got people in demolition, I've got people in building, painting and decorating, electrics, gas, everything I need I can usually get at cheap prices, and I can't get it. I can't get it because no one can get the materials. That's the only problem. See, if I build a workshop, it's got to be bigger than this one, which means a lot of materials. I think the only thing that I could viably do is extend this one. It is that bad, mate, yeah. Right, okay, that should have cooled down enough so as I can clean it. What VM did you use? VMware, mate. He's exaggerating. No, honestly, my suppliers can't get the materials. You can get the materials, but they're at a premium. Everyone wants too much. And I don't want to pay retail price for it because I can't afford it. Like, Wayne's just built his workshop and it's cost him a hell of a lot of money. And I just cannot afford that kind of money this side of Christmas. I've got to start thinking about Christmas. Big Mac, welcome. Maybe sometime next year when I can afford it. I was honestly going to build it into the roof, but into the loft. But the problem with that is ventilation and cooling for in the summer. I'll build you an office. I was thinking of renting one, to be honest. Right, let's dry that off. Now to start renting out your ass. Tell me about it, mate. I'm already sore. Right, okay, so that's reflowed. Can you replace iPad 2 mini charging port cables? You can, but no one's really going to do it viably these days. iPad charging ports, they're a pain in the backside to do because of the way that they're actually soldered onto the board. And the iPad 2 is just not worth it these days. There is plenty of office space, but again, it's affording it. That's the problem. So I've obviously got other bills which are more important, like internet, car payments, rent payments, all of that sort of stuff. And it's like, I don't know if I can afford it reliably, because if I'm going to commit to something, I've got to be able to commit to it and know that I'm going to be able to afford it. Even if business slows down, that's the main problem. Even if business slows down, I've got to still be able to afford it, so I have to be really careful. Especially now I've just took out a new loan for a car. Like, obviously I've just took out finance on a new car, so I need to make sure that if I do something, I need to be able to afford it. I'm far from well off, believe me. Far from well off. So unless I get a very generous viewer who wants to pay for a year up front, then unfortunately I think I might have to leave it for now. Right. Nand. Did you get over the issues from the past? What issues is that, mate? Is it going to boot? I don't know, because it's got no display. Why has it got no display? It's got backlight, but it's got no display. And no, that is still blue screen of death, because the backlight's not turning off when I press the power button. Why have we got no display? We've got backlight. Still blue screen of death. Okay. Okie doke. So the LCD connector wasn't quite pushed in fully. Cool. Alright. You know what that means? We all know what that means. We don't speak about that. Oh, the movie thing. Meh. One thing I definitely don't use is Instagram. I try not to use Facebook, to be honest. I try not to use Facebook. That's why when people send me a message on Facebook, they tend to get ignored for days. Right, so let's remove this CPU then. Yeah, WhatsApp will start coming up slowly. I'm assuming it'll start coming up slowly for people as time goes on. The problem is you're going to get rerouted to different servers depending on location, and if some servers are still down, then it's going to try and reroute you to the wrong servers. So Facebook have got servers in every country. Look, that'll be front page news in the morning. But Facebook being down, that is, well, what people consider as newsworthy for some reason. There we go. Right. I don't think it's 6 billion users, but yeah, you are right, yeah. It is big when it goes down. I mean, there's only 7 billion users in the world, so... There's only 7 billion people in the world. But it's a couple of billion. It's certainly a couple of billion. Right, CPU is off. There we go. Pop that into the holder. Just there. And let's get some flux. There we go. And now I'm going to do the smart thing and change my tip on the iron. Because for some reason I seem to like punishing myself and using the wrong tips. So let's try and use the right one today. Let's try and find the right one today. First and foremost. $1 billion of scammer accounts, yeah. Sounds about right. I'm missing a load of tips. Genuinely. Like, I've lost about 5 tips and I don't know where. Or how. I probably wound up on the floor. Well, big knife tip she is. Yeah. Facebook going down is the best thing anyone could ever wish for, to be honest. But you know what the funny thing is though? There's literally going to be people pacing around the living room, not a clue what to do with the time because Facebook's down. I'll guarantee it. There's going to be thousands, hundreds of thousands of people just pacing around the room not knowing what to do because Facebook's down. That's the sad reality. Right. Cam, check it out, mate. You take too long. You take too long. Sorry. You take too long. I had to buy some Kester, mate. But look what happens when you, when it comes. Yeah, it all fucking unravels itself. Brand spanking new spool. I only opened it today. Spoke to the missus for the first time in months. I wonder why Sarah was talkative today. Right, I need fume extraction. Too much smoke. Too much smoke. Can't open the door because it's raining. Yeah, no problem for me either, mate. I don't go on Facebook. Anytime I really go on Facebook is when I want to post something stupid. Yeah, I mainly use a sloped bevel tip, yeah. I can't find any of my decent tips though for some reason. I've got a specific tip that I use for wicking. It's a very specific size bevel tip and I can't find it. So that's pretty annoying. Right, it is wicking time. Right about now. It be wicking time. Are they the same fitting as the TS100? They are, but the TS100 tip won't fit in the Hakko. The Hakko tips will fit in the TS100, but the TS100 won't fit the other way. They're too small in terms of length. Shame I have a few unused. Yeah, I'll just buy some more, but them like £3 each. I don't buy genuine tips. I'm not gonna lie, I don't buy genuine Hakko tips, I buy the used ones. And I've never had to replace them. Genuinely, I've never had to replace them. They just work forever. I've used them for over 12 months. Even when I had the TS100. So yeah, these are the tips that I actually bought for my TS100 when I first bought that. Well, TS100 and T12. The T12 tips will fit in the Hakko. Do you have a stand for the tips? Yes, but it was, well, I'll say full. It's kind of full. So I've got one there, one there, one there, whoops, and one there, and yeah, it's actually full. And the other ones were just literally like plopped in the side like that because I just didn't have any room for them. And now they've disappeared. So, yeah. I'm not keen on the knife tips, to be honest, for wicking. Yeah, cheers for hanging out, cheap ass. I can't zoom in anymore, mate. It'll distort quality, unfortunately. Right, so the CPU don't have to be perfect because the solder paste will fill in the gaps. So that don't have to be perfect. Multiple tip stands that work pretty well. Yeah, they do. Someone sent me the design for a big stand, what holds like 30 tips. It was Dan from New Retro Repair, and then I ended up buying this one. But these are These are pretty expensive for what they are, like 16 quid. It's ridiculous. But yeah, they don't hold many tips. It's like, what, 10 tips or something? When you think there's like, what, 30 different tips for the Hako? Something like that? Just make the standard, I need them. You're welcome to send me one, mate. If you want to gift one. Yeah, no, on a serious note, yeah, it was Dan from New Retro Repair. He sent me a listing. He sent me a design spec for one to get it printed. What the fuck was that? Right, let's have a look at this then. See how she be looking. And that is why we've got a blue screen of death. Because we have a torn trace on the board side. That's why we've got a blue screen of death. That's why pushing down isn't fixing it. Because that, my friends, is the pad from from the board. Or is it the pad for the CPU? Oh, you're from the States? Jesus. Watching on a 50-inch TV? God. So is that the pad from the board? Wait, what pad is that? This might be the same pad that lifts up all the other times. I'll have to wait until... Yeah, okay, it's there. Right. Yeah, that's a very common pad to go. That's a very common pad to go. Okay. We're going to have some fun here and try and restore that trace. And by fun, I mean not fun at all. That's a very common pad to go, this bottom left corner. Bottom right corner, where the... near the RAM. It's a very, very common pad that goes when we've got a blue screen of death. And that is why it's not working when we're pushing down on the CPU. Definitely sounds like hell, indeed, mate. But yeah, that's why it's not working when we're putting pressure on it like it normally does. Because I believe that's a communication line for the RAM. Rather you than us, yeah. Have we got another one that side? We might have another one that side. Why is it that one particular pad? I'm not sure, mate. It might just be a weak point in the board. Or maybe something with the process of when the pads are glued down. I'm not entirely sure. But it is a very common pad that fails. I've seen multiple reports. Is it fall damage? Possibly. Very possibly drop damage, yes. It's either drop damage or bend damage, and I don't see... Hang on a minute, let me tell you. Okay, actually no, it's flex damage. Yeah, so if you take a look at the console, you can see, so the board would sit there. That torn trace is there. And look at where it's flexed. If you look at that straight on, look where it's starting to flex. Very slight, but it's got flex damage just on the left hand side here. So that's going to be flex damage what's caused that. But it's a very common pad that goes, and in fact we're lucky there's not more because it's usually about 6 pads, to be honest. Where's that piece of... What the hell? I just had a piece of wick in my hand. I don't know where it's gone now. Oh, there it is. I dropped it. Yeah, it's usually about 6 of them. What go? I think there might be another one. Ah, I spoke too soon. There literally is about 6 of them. All down this side, look. Yeah, as it gets further left. Right, let's just hope that these are non-connected. Because there literally is about 6 pads. This is a worst case scenario blue screen of death. This is probably the worst it gets. And it's nothing to do with the way that the CPU is lifted either. I'm not just saying that either. If it was me, I would have said so. It's dark green ground. I don't know. I'd have to look. Probably. I'd have to look though to double check. I'm probably going to melt the speaker connector, but that's just, well, it's collateral damage, really. So depending on how bad this speaker connector gets, I might have to replace that. Alright, let's just clean up this burnt flux. And then I'll see if I can assess it now. But yeah, this is not even down to the way the CPU gets lifted off, because I always make 100% sure that the CPU is moving before I try and lift it. At least you found a culprit. Yeah, them pretty common. I mean, it's probably every 1 in 3 end up like this. Maybe 1 in 4 that end up as trace damage, I would say. It's because of flexing issues. Just a fundamental flaw in the design of the switch. If it's made of plastic, it's going to bend. If it fits in your pocket, people are going to stick it in the pocket, and it's going to bend. That's just the bottom line. Right, let's see if we can assess the damage. I've still got a bit to clean off. Sure, this isn't the board that had 30 volts. The problem is this is a HID board as well, which means that I can't even CPU swap it to a board that's not got trace damage because I haven't got a HID board. Ah, there is more than one on this side. Oh wow, there's loads. Oh Jesus Christ. Holy crap. There's way more than I thought. There's way more than I thought. Right, okay. So, in terms of ones that need restoring, we've got this one, this one, so that's 2. 1, 2. That one appears to be a no connect. That's a no connect. No connect. No connect. No connect. Can't tell this side, there's still a bit of flux there. Yeah, several of them are no connect, yes. Like, a lot of the ones that are not connected are going to lift up, that's not the issue. The issue is the ones that are connected to something. So you notice it's all down on this bottom row? Like, if that was down to the way the CPU was lifted, it would have took them all. It wouldn't have just took, like, random ones dotted in different places. It would have took them all. This is definitely down to flex damage, not the way the CPU was lifted off. Okay, so on this side then, we have no connect, no connect. That one needs restoring. No connect, no connect. So that's 3 in total. There's usually one up here as well, like somewhere around here. That's not the case this time. That's not that bad. Alright, that's fine. That's not that bad. There's 3 that need to be rejoined. But yeah, this is what I'm saying is, notice they're all on the bottom. Like, and they're in random spots. Like, if this was the way the CPU was lifted, I'm not trying to obviously justify anything because I know what happens on these switches. But if this was down to the way the CPU was lifted, then it would most likely just take out the entire row. It would take the lot out. It wouldn't just take out like a random couple here and there, with most of them being no connect. So yeah, it's not going to take long per pad. The problem is getting it to sit flat is the issue. It's going to need to use 0.063mm wire. That's the smallest gauge I've got. So I've got to hope that it's going to work with that gauge. Alright, so let's just clean up the rest of these pads, and then I can worry about the traces after I've reballed the CPU. So this is, even though it won't take long per pad, it's no easy feat by any means, by any stretch of the imagination. It's no easy task. It's doable, but it's not the easiest job in the world to do, and certainly not one that I enjoy doing. Like, I like trace damage, not on 0.25mm pads. On 0.25mm pads, it's never fun. It should be fine, yeah. It should be worth the time. This is a HID board, so it's one of the newer revisions. Right, there is, I believe, another pad coming off here as well. I'm going to try and get it done as cleanly as possible. So another issue here is that when the pads are weak, just wicking alone is going to pull them up. Alright, I think that's clean enough. No, I don't have those sticker pads, mate, no. It's got to be jumper wires, I'm afraid. That connector's toast, that speaker connector. That's not my concern though, I'm not really bothered about a speaker connector that's going to take 15 seconds to replace, as opposed to these jumpers. Alright, so I'm giving the board a good scrub now. Just all over, because I want to keep it, I want to try and contain the mess that this is going to leave behind. It's definitely not a clean job when you're doing this kind of work. So I want to try and contain it and keep it as clean as I can. Because the cleaner I keep it now, the less cleaning I'm going to have to do later on, when I can't be bothered to clean it because I've sat there and run how many jumpers and reball the CPU. So I'll just keep it nice and clean. Especially around the CPU, or where the CPU is meant to be. Yeah, so we did lift another couple of pads up, but I think they're no connect which it's lifted up. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's all good. Alright, well, I'll worry about the jumper wires in a minute. So before I worry about them, I need to reball the CPU. So, I'm going to get the stencil. I'm going to make sure it gets cleaned before I do anything. I'm going to just drop that there like that. I'm going to heat it up. Whoops. That's one strong gas magnet. Okay. Damn. That is one strong magnet. Ah! Okay, there we go. Nice and clean. Right, little word of advice. If you're using this ODNX02 stencil that I've got here, if you're using one of these, put your stencil on before you put the plate on. So drop your stencil down like that, and then slide it on. Because if you try and put that stencil down while the magnet's in place, you're going to crush the CPU. Trust me, I learnt that the hard way. If you try and put that stencil down on top of the magnet, it's just going to go bang. And it's going to crush your CPU. When you're playing Cold War again. I'm not sure yet, mate, to be honest. Right, okay, so let's just get this aligned, make sure it's got all corners covered. And I've got a little bit of gunk in there. What are you? What are you doing on my stencil? Right, let me sort that out. That's got to come back off. Can't have that crap on there. I think it's probably on the CPU itself, actually. Yeah. Crap on the CPU. Can't have crap like that on the CPU when we're trying to reboard it. Right, that pad there is just a little bit rough, but that'll get sorted. Actually, I've got pads which I need to fix here. Yeah, so there's still some of the traces stuck to the CPU. I'm gonna have to scrub that off with the iron. Any more for any more? That'll do. That'll do. Right. So we have to make sure that the CPU is pretty much perfect before we place any solder paste down. I do need to go in the house and get a card so I can scrape the thermal. Did I say thermal paste then? Solder paste I meant. Yeah, so it needs to be perfect before we can put solder paste on. It's like this here in the corner, like a little bit of crap. Can't have it. Can't have it. It will get in the way. It will stop the ball from bonding. Cannot allow it. Get off of my property, bitch. And this is why it's time consuming to reboot the CPU. Because there's too many balls, too many things that can go wrong. Okay, that should be fine. Got Rocket League today. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll try and sort your Xbox Live out, mate. If I've got a code for one. Right, I'm going to go and grab a cup of coffee, a cigarette, and something to scrape this CPU with. And also, while I'm doing that, just pour a bit of that shit on there. Because that does not feel nice on your hands. And you've got that much flux on the bench. Right, so yeah, just about ready to reball that now. All I've got to do is just get somewhere to slide the solder paste with. So I'll be back. Hi. Right. 1 minute. So I'm going to hook these up. I'm going to hook these wireless mics up. Right. Okay. That's better. No more tethered microphone. That's much better. Oh, I can actually move now. Alright, so ready to reball this now. So got myself something flat. And let's get some solder paste. Oh, we've got a hair on that. Ew. Where's the hair come from? Ew, it's someone's pube. Ew. Right, here we go. Time to get this reballed. So this is just like applying filler, really. Just make sure you fill all the gaps. Scrape the excess away. Grab some more. And do it again. And just do that until you're comfortable that you've filled every gap. You're not going to put too much on, but you can put not enough on. Phil's got his balls out. No, 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 no. This is solder paste. Okay, then we're just going to scrape away the excess, make sure there's no remaining residue around the edges. Nothing that's going to seep onto the actual pads. Cool. Got his pasty balls out. Yeah, that's the one. Alright. So I'm going to set my hot air to 360 degrees Celsius at 20% airflow. That should do it. started the distance. PS4 Pro on his tip now running Windows 11. Oh mate, awesome. Hopefully it all works. Let me know how it goes, mate. Right, so I'm gradually moving closer. Slow down. How did she go? Did she go good? No. Couple of balls missing. Couple of balls missing. Just here. Okay. Let's go for a second coat, shall we? Just like plastering. If at first you don't succeed, clean the stencil off and try again. Clean the stencil off and try again. Try again. Uh-huh. Miss Paul's check the wife. Right. Round two. Round two. A light wipe over. Let's have a look. Well, that looks better. That looks a lot better. Cool. What was the story with the laptop? Do you mean the MacBook? Right, let's try and extract this now. Ah, damn it! I better remove it from there. Got his ass. Mate, it's hammering it down outside. There is nothing I can do. It's the audio filters trying to block out the background noise. There's nothing I can do with the audio, unfortunately. Nah, I didn't win at cards, mate. Yeah, so the issue with the MacBook was basically I bought a MacBook for £90 and the guy claims that he left it on her books. Refunded my money and backed out of the sale. So, yeah. I've reported him to eBay. Hopefully I'll see him get banned in a couple of days. Right. That looks pretty good to me. Yeah, it is, mate. Right, so let's give this one more reflow. Okay, that should be good. Cool. Right, we need to deal with the board now. We need to do something with the board. What up, Travis? How do, mate? Right. Ah, fuck you. It's Travis's fault. Alright. That should do it. Should hold it nicely. What did you break now? Scoot, welcome, buddy. Oh, I didn't break anything, mate. Well, technically I didn't break anything. This has got a few torn traces under the CPU. Scared me when you started calling out my name. Right. So, it's scrapey, scrapey, jumper, jumper time. We'll start down here. Right, so I'm going to grab some 0.063mm wire. Let's add a bit of flux. And get some solder. I might want to get the micro pencil out for this actually. I think that's probably going to be a micro pencil job. Ramby ball looks good. Do you mean the video or do you mean that video I released the other day? I'm assuming that's what you mean. Right, so it's micro pencil time for this, because it is a very, very small area. Oh yeah, the reballs went fine. It was just the fact that it still had a blue light of death afterwards. I think it was possibly my mistake. I think I actually installed the wrong RAM. Looking back on the video, I think I installed the wrong RAM. Right. So what I need to do then is run some jumper wires, and if I can, I need to recreate a new pad, if possible. There's hope for it, but it's already gone back by the time I realised, mate, unfortunately. Right, let me just grab some decent tweezers that actually close. That's what she said. What's wrong? Blue screen of death, mate. Torn traces on the underneath the CPU. Alright, so the way I need to recreate the pads is by basically running the jumper wire and then looping it round. So as the solder ball's got somewhere to bond to. Phil bent it. Cheers, Travis. Thanks, mate. Right, get rid of that burnt flux there. Okay. Right, I kind of knew that was going to happen. Right. Okay, so I need to coil this wire around. This is where it gets a little bit tricky. So running the jumper wire itself isn't that bad. It's the coiling of the wire to make a new pad. So basically the solder ball needs somewhere to stick to, and yeah, you can just leave a straight trace on there, but ideally you want to be able to give it somewhere on all four corners to, well, it's a circle so there are no corners, but you want to give it somewhere all the way around to be able to bond to, and coiling the jumper wire like that gives it somewhere to actually bond to. So you just loop it round and makes it a little bit easier to actually solder the jumper wire to. So there's that one. So before I go any further, I want to secure that one in, because obviously, because this is such a tight area, I mean these are 0.25mm and then like probably a 0.3mm pitch between each one. But there's obviously some overspill there. I can scrape that away. There is a non-connected pad, so I can just scrape that away, but still want to secure the jumper wire in anyway. But that's a non-connected pad, so I don't really care about it. So rather than wicking and risking knocking that jumper wire, I can just scrape the solder off it. Oh, actually, hang on. Is the pad non-connected? Is it, isn't it? I think it's non-connected. Yeah, it is. So I was looking at this trace here, but the trace loops around the edge of it. So yeah, I don't care about this pad. Ah, you fucker. I knocked it out of the way. But that's nothing major, I can just push it back in. But that's why I wanted to secure the jumper wire in now, because basically the more I manipulate that, the weaker it gets. Right, so I'll just drop a little bit of conformal coating on the edge, and then I can take little bits from that to actually cover the jumper wire, because you really don't need a lot. Hair on board, I know, mate. So I want just enough to hold that in place. It's a little bit dried up, yeah, but it should be fine. But it's just the stuff that was on the edge of the nozzle. Right, that should be okay. Yeah. Scrape it back. Good. Right, so we got no connect, no connect, no connect, no connect. Those two are no connect. No, no, yes, yes, and yes. I think, yeah. I think that's it. So 3 on this side. Oh shit, the board's come out of the friggin' holder. Right. So we've got that one. Okay. So that's the 3 traces exposed. Cool. Coffee drinking time. What you call it, hold it down, hold shit. Very true. No, they're designed for iPhone boards, not switches. That's a problem. Alright. Bit of flux. Some solder. Okay. Right, so again, so far now I've ended up touching some of the other pads, but that's okay. I'll wick them away later on. But for now, I want to pop some more flux just on the edge, just there, because that's going to help me to tin the jumper wire. There we go. Right, tack it down. Or rather try and tack it down. The wire's that fine, the tweezers don't want to hold it. Ah! Ah, damn it, I just broke my wire. God damn it. I think that got it. Just to put this into a bit of context, this jumper wire that I'm using is, no exaggeration, as thin as a human hair. It's literally as thin as a human hair. Right, let me just clean this flux away. But actually, no, I'll just try and do it without cleaning it first. So yeah, getting a bond on this is pretty tricky. Ah, god damn it, you've got to be kidding me. There's another trace. Lifted. Just there, look. Bye bye. Typical. So now I've got another trace to run. Typical. Jesus, that is small. 0.007 millimeters. Damn. Yeah, I know you can actually get smaller, but I've never used it. Can't say I want to be honest. By the end, you'll be replacing half the traces. Yeah, sounds about right, mate. Right. Hang on, I need to clean it up fully. Right. So I'm going to try and coil this. I think that should do it. I'll stay there. Thank you. Yeah, probably should put something like that inside it. Or don't fucking drop it again. Right, I better secure them before I end up snapping them off. Right, so time for a tad more coating. Why is rubbing against the other pad? Do you mean this one here? They are pretty close. That should get it. Dang it, too much. Damn it. Should be okay, I think. It's tight. It's so tight there. Like for this trace here, it's going to be so tight against this one. Damn it. Knew that was going to happen. Knew that was going to happen. Right. I don't think that would cause any epileptic issues, mate, to be honest. Because it's not a rapid change, it's not like a flickering change, it's a constant beam. This board is going to be a test of patience. Yep. Right, that's fine. Oh, I see what you mean, Jeff, yeah. What the hell? Yeah, no, you're all good, mate. I just don't think it would actually cause any issues. I don't really want to use wick around here. Oh, you fuck. Fucking thing uncoiled my wire. Arrgh! You fucktard. Oh no. God damn it. Snap my wire. So annoying. I don't like this anymore. I want to go home. I want to go home. Right. Now this means war. Goddamn motherfucking jumper wire. You are going to stay on. It's on like Donkey Kong now, biatch. 5 steps in your home, yeah. I don't think he did get it. Oh, you mean the one he was working on tonight? I don't know, I didn't catch it live, mate. I missed it myself. Oh, I was busy. Can't see a thing on this. Part 3 due. He needs a bench supply to fix that. He's never finding that short without one. He's not going to find that short without a bench supply. Because no matter what component he tests, unless he can visibly see it, no matter what component he tests on that 5-volt valve, he's going to have, he's going to show up short. That's his problem. That's why he needs a bench supply. Yeah, he's never finding that short without the bench supply. Not a chance. Not without getting incredibly lucky. Doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter on your experience level. Unless you've got a bench supply to inject some voltage and find the hot spot, it's a rabbit hole. An atom? What's an atom? If you want a bench supply, you need to spend decent money, really. You can't scrimp out on a power supply, that's the one thing you can't cheap out on. Use a battery? Don't think that's possible, is it? Could be wrong, but don't think that would be possible. Even if it would, I wouldn't recommend it. Don't sound very safe. You can't regulate nothing. You need to be able to regulate it. You can't, if you, like, even if you, for example, use a, so here's the problem, if you're injecting voltage, and you have, let's say for example a short between the 5 volt and the 1 volt line, The problem you've got there is whenever you put through that 5 volt line, you're going through to your 1 volt line. That's your problem. That's why you don't want to inject more than your lowest voltage rail. I can't see shit on this line, on these traces. There's too many missing now. Yeah, if you use a battery to inject voltage, you're not regulating the power. You're going to get the full voltage that the battery's putting out. And even then, you're not going to be able to draw nowhere near enough current. Right, so I'm going to have to leave that little bit of overhang. All I'll say about Windows 11 is it's going to take some getting used to. If you try it, it's going to take a little bit of getting used to. Yeah, pads under a chip, mate, it's a nightmare. Damn it, my fucking knife's just come apart now. Stop it! Problem is as well is these are all so close to each other. They're so close to each other. Keep learning from others, indeed, mate. I've got a little saying which I like to use. The day you think you know everything is the day you'll stop learning everything. Anything, rather. The day you think you know everything is the day you'll stop learning anything. That is the bottom line. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter what your experience is, you can always learn something. This is the one thing you're dreading. It's not that bad. It's not as bad as it seems, but it is. It is tedious, especially when you've got. Look at how close these pads are to each other. Like they're literally right next to each. This is a worst case scenario. If you've got to run pads this close to each other, that's a worst case scenario. If this like you seen how long it took me to do this one trace down here. Like that one pad there didn't take long at all. Like, but when you've got pads this in this close of a proximity, that's where it gets to be a bit of a nightmare. Like even if it was like these traces here on the edge, like where these traces are thicker, like that would be a lot easier. But because the traces are so thin, you've got nowhere really to manoeuvre. You've got nowhere to manoeuvre, and it's a nightmare. The problem is these are RAM data lines. But they're not even like it's RAM power lines. It's RAM data lines. It's not like them super thin traces, and they're a lot smaller than they look. And not only that, but then right next to it as well, you've got a metal shield just sat there in your way constantly, just sat in your way all the time. I need a bit of flux. Like even the flux I've got to put on with a pair of tweezers. Like it's that small. How's it going, Singer? Welcome, mate. Ten gifted subs from Travis if it works, by the way. He agreed to it earlier before the stream. Will a bot time me out if I post a link? It shouldn't do, but I don't know if it'll allow you to post a link. You're better off. You're better off posting the link in Discord, and then one of the mods will post it back to here. I would say. Is that even Bond? Not only Discord. Oh, right, okay. Try and post a link. I don't think I've got any bots set up, to be honest. What is that video about, mate? I haven't. Well, I'm not able to look at the minute, to be honest. Oh, okay, that paddy's there. Motherfucker. Alright, let's just pretend that didn't happen. Cheers, Keith. I'll try, mate. It's all about whether it works afterwards. Right, now I'm wondering how the best way to approach this last jumper is going to be. Phil, you suck. Only for you, baby, only for you. Right, so this one's going to be the tricky one. This one's a tricky one. And the reason being is look at how close it is to the other ones. Better be honest with me, bitch, if you know what's good for you. I'm trying to come up with a strategy for this last jumper, but I'm just kind of making it up as I go along. If I'm being perfectly honest. It's kind of one of them, yeah, let's just do it and hope something works out. Too far forward, I eat the jumper in front. Too far right, I eat the pad I eat the pad to the right, which is already weakened. Too far below, and I hit the pad below. Oh, did I get it? Did I get it? Okay, so here's the question: did I get it, and did I hit the pad in front? Didn't hit the pad in front. Did I get it? Ow, it's hot. Think I got it. Now I've got to trim the fucker. Without trimming the one above it. Did I get it? I don't even know. Well, I'm about to find out. Still need to find a way to break that. Got it. Right. I think that should just about do it. Man, that was tight. That was a tight area to work in. Right in the corner, with all them pads so close to each other. With all them pads so close. That's what she said. Yep. Yeah, BJ trace fix, mate. Nintendo Switch CPU. It sucks to be me right now. No! Sucks even more if that's just broke a fucking trace. No, no, you better not be a trace because I swear to God I will drop kick the shit out of you till next week. You better have just been a bit of excess. Alright, I think it was just excess. Right, so now I've got to put some conformal faulting on here. I don't know what that is in New England, but oh well. Let's put some on anyway. Well, I do need to make sure. His final steps to graduate board repair. Yeah, he pretty much is, mate. You're not far wrong there. The problem isn't really doing the trades repair. The problem is, does it work at the end of it, or have you wasted like an hour and a half, 2 hours of your time? Right. Let's secure this. Yeah, 4 pads in such a small area, mate. That's not easy. Imagine having to do like 10 or 15 of them, but in one corner. Because that's how bad they can get. Nice to see an artist at work. Anyone can do it, mate, if you just practice. And it's not very often I have to do this. So it's not very often you have to go to this extent to get something to work. Or to attempt to get it to work. Right. Okay. So I believe I've routed all of them properly. I believe I've got all of the ones that need to be done. I could be wrong, but I believe that all of the ones that are meant to be there and they're redone. Get rid of that. It is for a customer, mate, yeah. Oh, is that meant to be one? I can't tell if this one here is meant to be one or not. I'm sure it might be, you know. Oh, hold on. Yeah, it is. And it's barely on there. That should be fine just to push it down. Ah, you fucker. It's just fell out the board holder. Alright. I'll just reinforce that trace there, the bond for the trace. Just with a little bit more coating. That should be all good to go. Almost don't want to put it on, to be honest. Almost don't want to solder that chip back on. Alright. Maybe jump. Sorry, mate. I think it's fine like that, mate. To be honest, I've done it like that before and it's been fine. It should be okay. Spread a bit of flux out around the area. About in line. Where have you come from? What are you? I think that's just a stuck jumper wire. Fucking hope that's a stuck jumper wire. No worries if you're leaving, Singer. There should be a replay, mate, if anyone did have to leave. There should be a replay after the stream. Right, so it's around about there in relation to that square. Seems even all the way along. Yeah, I think that's about lined up. Surface tension should pull the rest in. I hope. Right. 420, 40% airflow. trying to stay to the end. Yeah, whether this works or not, it will be almost the end. Oh no! Don't do it to me! Don't you fucking dare! Ow. Ow. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the airflow, I think. Yeah, it does become a flux bath, yeah. Is this the house test? Yep. It's too far up. Seems about right. Let's go 20% air. No. Fail. Failed. It slid right as the solder become molten. He's actually on there, but you can't put these boards on the rework station, mate. Too thin. Way too thin. It's actually on there, but no. And we also have a couple of knot caps. A few knot caps in there as well. Yeah, these boards are way too thin for the BGA machine. I've probably got to do all this work again. Yeah, I think I just left too much flux under there. I should have cleaned it off. Right. God damn capacitor. Fuck's sake. Get on your damn pad. Alright, caps are fine now. Let's test the one cap I can test. To see if I've got a short under the CPU. Because if I have, then I don't want to put power through it. Apparently I have. Ow. 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 Yeah, I'm not putting power through that. What's... Yeah, 1 ohm. I'm not putting power through that. That's 1 ohm. That's not even low resistance because the board's hot. There's a short under there. Ah! Yeah, I can't do that tonight, guys. I can't put power through that. There's a short under the CPU. It needs taking off and doing again. Oh. Right, why is the resistance so up and down on that? What the hell? Connection issue. Yeah, 1.4 ohms. I'm not putting power through that. It needs coming off and doing again. Sorry. And I can't do that tonight because it's 1:40 AM, guys, so unfortunately I can't do that. But I can't put power through that. It will throw the CPU. It needs to come off. It needs to be done again for a second time. So all of that needs redoing. That's going to suck. Yeah. Can't do that again tonight. No. That will be done in the morning. I'll do it on a video. But yeah, that sucks. Quick game of zombies. No, I can't, mate. I had to unroute all the fucking cables just to... all the cables to my Xbox because what Sarah did with the Wi-Fi pods. That's why I was getting shit signal. Shit connection. I will redo that tomorrow, but testing that CPU cap there I can't put power through that. Yeah, it very likely happened when it started floating, mate. That's why I checked it first, because sometimes you get lucky and the balls will stay on the chip, but then sometimes they end up merging together, and obviously you can't chance it. It's just not worth the risk. Like, them traces might stay there, but because there's conformal coating over the top of it, they might stay there. I might just have to reball the CPU again, but it's doubtful. It's very doubtful. So yeah, just testing those caps. But the only cap I can really test is the one on M92. That's the only one that isn't meant to be a low impedance line, and that's obviously reading dead short, which means that there's obviously a short there somewhere. So when that started floating, those balls have merged, and it's caused it to short. So if I put power through that now, I'm going to fry the CPU, and I'm not doing that. I'm not being responsible for frying the CPU. So I'll remove the chip, I'll take it back off, and I'll put it on. I'll reboard it and do it all again tomorrow. Shit happens. It's my own fault for putting so much flux on it. But definitely not putting power through that. I have got an Xbox I want to work on quickly, one I bought on eBay. Nah, reflow's not going to help it, mate. Definitely not. It's too merged. About the pad repair. About what pad repair, mate? Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to run and grab a cup of coffee. I'll grab that Xbox I want to work on. Yeah, reflow's not going to help that because it's very likely badly merged under there. I've done trace repair on these successfully before. I know how to do it. It's just that just screwed up big time. Screwed up big time. I should have took a break first. That's what I should have done. Should have took a rest first before I flowed it down. I usually do. Is your mic radio or cable? Both, technically. That's it, basically. So I've got the wireless mic, and then I've got the lavalier mic going into that. This wireless mic has actually got a microphone on it, but I just don't use it. I don't think you can permit individual users to do that. No, I saw the link. I meant, like, what was you actually referring to with pad repair? Because I know how to do BGA pad repair. Right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee and that Xbox. Oh, I don't have any bots installed, mate. This is the Rode Wireless Go microphone, mate. The Rode Wireless Go. Yeah, I don't have any bots installed. No chat bots installed. You could you could email it to me, mate. You could email the link to me because I won't be able to watch it now anyway. So if you want to email it to me, I'll have a look. No, it's not. It's not posting the link. Um, no, permit is not a tag on here for me. It doesn't allow me to tag it. So if I type a /, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't allow me to permit it. I'll copy and paste it, and I'll just have a look a bit later because I won't be able to watch it right now anyway, mate. Because I'm trying to do this, so I've copied that to Notepad and pasted it. I've copied that to my clipboard and pasted it to Notepad just to keep it there. Right. Let me just put all this where it belongs. But yeah, I've copied it to Notepad. Alright, so before I end the stream, this is an Xbox One S which I bought. I paid a little bit more than I like to usually for this. I paid £60, but the reason I paid £60, let me just show you the listing here. Purchase history. So desktop. That's that idiot who refunded my money. I'm backdated the sale. So I've got this here. Xbox One S 40. That was it. So it's in fairly good condition. And it says on the listing, was working till a week ago, fan constantly on, which is normal. Physically in as excellent condition. Xbox load plays games like Roblox and YouTube fine, but larger games like Fortnite COD it's struggling with and sometimes slow. So that to me tells me it's going to be either the hard drive or it's going to be the fact that it's overheating, especially if it's on larger games. So I'm going to see what goes on first of all. I'm going to turn it on, make sure it actually powers on, and then I'll see what I can do about fixing it. Ah, Okay, I've come across this before. Did anyone hear that fan boost up like that? Okay, so that's a pretty high fan. Like, that's pretty much max speed. That is a sensor issue on the fan. So before we end up killing the fan, let's take it off. Let's turn it off. That's a sensor issue on the fan. So I've got a feeling someone's opened this up and they've attempted to clean it. They probably haven't replaced the thermal pipe, and they've probably damaged the fan cable. This has definitely been opened. For sure this has been opened. That's coming off way too easily. Yep. Okay. Screw missing. Green screw there, missing. Cool. So let's just get a Torx T10. So I did overpay a little bit, but there's still a little bit of money to be made on this. I could probably sell this for around about £90, I would say, with no controller. So yeah, there's still a little bit of money to be made on it, like 30% profit each, as long as I don't have to put any parts into it. But I doubt I'll have to. Should just be able to fix the fan. Okay, so let's get the case off. And yes, someone has definitely cleaned this. Bit more than 80 quid. 90 quid. It's a 1 terabyte. Didn't know that. Didn't know that was a 1 terabyte, but apparently it is. Alright, so yeah, someone's cleaned this. And what they've likely done is probably damaged the fan cable during the repair. But that is generally down to a sensor issue. When it's got a maximum fan speed, it's normally a sensor issue, because the sense wire isn't making a good contact with the board, and basically because of that, the resistance is infinite. And if the resistance is infinite, then the fan basically thinks that it's got to be on full power. Or that's what I gather. But I have come across it before. That's what I gather is going on here. Let's just get rid of the silver screws. So I can take out the components. It's either that or they've plugged it in backwards, the fan. They could have plugged the fan in backwards. Doesn't look straight, does it? And that was jammed. Yeah, okay, the fan's not plugged in. The fan's not plugged in. Well, there's your issue. But now, because someone's done that, I need to double check and make 100% sure that they've actually replaced the thermoplaster on this. This should be an easy fix. here's another issue. What's going on with that HDMI port? What's going on with that HDMI port? Let's find out. What are you? Thermal paste. Okay. Ignore that then. Good. Good, 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 good. So, yeah, because it's been assembled incorrectly. So someone's taken this apart, literally just to clean it. They've reassembled it incorrectly, so they haven't plugged the fan all the way in, which means the sense wire isn't making contact with the board. And that's why we've got a loud fan. Because that cable was very, very loose. We're also missing the metal clip. So, yeah, should be a nice easy fix. It is the 1 TB. So, if I put a controller with this, I'll probably get like 140, roughly. I've got controllers, and the controllers I only paid £20 for the new Series X controllers, all faulty. I fixed them with literally just an analog replacement and back trigger, so I'm probably in for like 25 quid on the controllers. But if I put a controller with them, I'll probably get 140 back on it, and you know that will be what, 55 pound profit, which isn't that bad. It's a pretty decent return. And this has got the original lead as well, the original HDMI lead. So the original Xbox One S HDMI cable is included. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to make sure that we've got enough thermal paste on here, if I can. I don't know where my X-clamp tool is. Wow, listen to that rain come down. Oh dear. Oh. Ugh. What kind of thermal paste is that? Not the very good stuff, that's for sure. Oh, way too much. Way too much. Turn filter off so we can hear the rain. No. You might want to hear the rain, but the people watching the video when I edit it won't. What the hell have they used this thermal paste out? You could just stick your head out the window and you'll hear the rain. Right. It's not banging in Essex. Well, lucky you. Yeah, no, I can't turn the filters off. If I turn the filters off, it's going to ruin any chance of making a video out of this. Okay. To get rid of all of that disgusting thermal paste from around there. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Right. Let's put the right amount of thermal paste on. That is all you need. Not sure what that stuff was. Not gonna lie. Looks a bit like baby puke. Looks like I'm gonna have thermal paste. Kiddo, can you come and be sick on my heat sink? Keep it cool. Oh dear me. Right. Anyway, this doesn't appear to sit flat. I don't know why. I don't. Could just be me. I'm tired. Chicken soup. Pop. There we go. That's better. Right. So I should have probably shown this under the scope, but it basically just sat like that, not making a full contact. When you put these back together, you need to make sure that it pushes right in. Right. Right, I need a retention clip. Should be something. There we go. Got one. Cool. So that clip was for there. Right. Let's just start to reassemble. I want to test the hard drive as well before I fully put it back together. I'm just going to read the hard drive, see what it reads. Hopefully I haven't got to replace it, but if I have got some. Are these 1S reliable? Yeah. Very reliable, mate, actually, to be honest. The only issues these have are with MOSFETs, but I mean, even that, in you know, when you think about the amount of Xbox One S's there are in circulation, there's millions. They don't fail as often as people think. Just because we see it a lot, that's because that's our job. But in terms of, percentage-wise, it's a very small number of consoles that do fail because of MOSFETs. The most common failure on these is hard drives, and that's not technically Microsoft's fault. It's Seagate's. Technically, it's Seagate's fault. But it's a mechanical drive, and like any mechanical drive, they're going to fail. Thinking of getting one up a model from the original. Oh, cool. Yeah, generally they are, mate. I've got an Xbox One S. I've got a One X as well, but I use my One S. I don't use the X. The One S does pretty much everything that the X does, to be honest. Right, well, we're missing the foam off the frigging side of this as well. That's annoying. That's a vibration foam. It's meant to be there. It's a disk drive. I don't like vibrations. Seagate is kind of unreliable. They're very unreliable. I mean, you kind of can blame Microsoft in a way because they used Seagate drives. Cheap and cheerful, that's what it is. If they can save £1 on each console, then they're saving, over the lifespan of the console, they're saving £10 million. Think about it, really. If they save £1 on a drive, like if you think about it, like as opposed to a more reliable drive, like the price difference is probably very minimalistic. Like it's probably like £1 difference. If they can save £1 on every single console, and they produce 10 million consoles with the same hard drive, they're saving £10 million. That's a lot of money. Even for a big corporation like Microsoft, that's still a lot of money. So many Windows 11 is horrible. Windows 7 zip option. You'll get used to it. A little hint, move your start menu to the left hand side. Just a little tip, right? It's fucking annoying on the middle. It's under your personalisation settings. Samsung Evo for SSD. The problem with hard drives in consoles, the biggest problem that people have in with consoles is they set them to instant on because people are too impatient to wait. The problem with that is when you've got it set to instant on, not only does it store things in RAM, which degrades the RAM over time because they're only going to have so many read and write cycles, it also leaves the hard drive on constantly. It leaves the hard drive switched on constantly, and that is a problem. That is a big problem. I always set mine to turn off and actually fully turn off. Well, that's the biggest problem with consoles, is the hard drive is constantly spinning. So yes, it does store some things in RAM, but it also leaves the hard drive spinning for faster access. If you turn it to always off, then you can leave your drive plugged in, your console plugged in. It takes an extra minute to boot up when it's set to always off. It literally takes an extra minute. So I don't understand why people do it. Like, turn your console on, put the kettle on, make your drink, or rather put the kettle on, go back in, turn the console on, go and make a cup of coffee or tea or whatever your preference may be, come back and it's loaded. Job done. Just grab 3 this week. You know what? You're right there, mate. There's loads of 1S's on eBay at the minute for sale as faulty. There are a shit ton of them, and a lot of them are so simple to fix. But people just can't be asked to get them fixed now because they are devaluing. But I'm still getting 90 quid for original Xboxes with one controller. Like, I'm still getting decent money. I'm still getting the same money I was getting 18 months ago for them. Genuinely, like, people don't want to pay 250 quid for an Xbox Series S that you can't even play your discs on. Which is why I haven't upgraded myself. I bought the kids one each for Christmas, but like last year, but I haven't upgraded myself because I still want the ability to play discs. And you can't get the Series X. If I could get the Series X, I'd probably buy myself one, but I can't. And let's face it, it's exactly the same as the One X anyway. Yeah, £100 all day long, mate. That's the thing. Bare unit, you're getting 70 quid. Put a controller with it, it just makes it a little bit. You don't make any extra when you consider the cost of the controller, but it just makes it easier to sell, that's all. Just makes it that little bit easier to sell when you put a controller with it. But I could probably whack this on Facebook tomorrow and sell it for 120 quid. Easily. Quite easily. Right. That's back together. It's only got to put back in the case. Let's turn them on. This will be on Facebook tomorrow. I guarantee it. I'll either put it... Oh. Okay, the fan isn't fixed. This wire here is the sensor wire. Okay. Let's get a fan. Let's grab a 1S fan. My mic fell off. Lovely. Right. One moment while I grab a replacement fan. Ow. Pop. That weren't anything banging, by the way. It was... ow. It was literally just the board slightly popping out of its position. Right, this might have a more complex issue then. But I've got a feeling that this sensor wire is still damaged. It is. Okay, it is a more complex issue. Interesting. Okay. Well, then let's see if we can figure out what it is then. Where is my multimeter? Okay. Well, let's see what kind of voltage is being put out on the fan. Because if you want a fan to spin faster, you put more voltage through it. Just give that a ground. Right, this pin's a sense wire. What have we got there? We've got 0.455 volts. 2.9 volts on that one. We've got 12 volts there. 0.47. Yeah, so we're giving a full 12 volts go through to that fan at all times. A full 12 volts to that fan at all times. We don't want 12 volts. So this thinks it's overheating, but it's not. It just thinks it is. So that's just wasted a load of my time by putting it back together. But oh well. I'll work on this for the next 40 minutes or so, and then I'll carry on tomorrow. Okay, it's 20 past 2 in the morning. Right, so yeah, this thinks that it's overheating and it's not, which is odd. I should just add a little potentiometer to it and just turn it down. Yeah, it's got a PWM signal. I've got a coffee here, mate. Something's been damaged here during service. Something's been damaged during service. That's my belief. So someone's tried to service this and they've damaged it. Yeah, people do fan mods on these, I think. But yeah, I think someone's tried to service this and they've damaged it. They've damaged something. Maybe knocked a resistor, damaged a resistor or something like that. So I'm going to need to follow that sense wire. It could be modded, yeah. Like, you could mod this and theoretically you could add something like a potentiometer to it and reduce the speed by reducing the voltage. Like, if you put 9 volts through this, it's gonna spin at 70% speed. Ish. Like an X-clamp removal tool slip, yes. Possible. Possible. I didn't see any obvious damage on the X-clamp area, but I didn't really inspect it because I thought it was just that cable. Obviously not. I was wrong. Again. Yeah, not seeing anything. Not seeing anything there. So I'm looking for any kind of liquid damage as well. I'm not seeing any of that either. It really don't take much, mate, I agree. See, this is why I go like this. I'll put my finger there. If I've got to use a screwdriver to remove it, I'll put my finger there. Alright, you're going to see the true definition of the perfect amount of thermal paste now. I have the utmost confidence. The utmost confidence. Right, so I'm not seeing anything. Not off the top of my head. Although, no, I think that is a no stuff sometimes. But then again, hang on a minute. Has that fan connector been messed with? Has that fan connector been messed with? It has. Someone has messed. So that is leaded solder and flux. So here's the question. If that's leaded solder and flux, then are we actually getting a contact on that trace? So the sense wire is this one here, I believe. Someone's damaged the connector and they have fucked it. So this is the sense wire. Look at this. So we've got sense. This is, I believe, ground. And that trace is gone. That trace is gone. So it is 21 Jump Street time. Because we're going to run a teeny tiny jumper to this sense wire. And then we're going to be happy. We are going to be happy. Right, it's drink coffee time first, because that's the most important. So basically what someone's done, they've took this apart for cleaning. They've damaged the connector. They've replaced the connector and they've damaged the trace. Because they've probably used a solder sucker to clean the pads. And the solder sucker's too violent and it's ripped the trace up. Well, that's very likely what's happened here. I would say, if I had to gamble, if I was a gambling man, and I believe I am, that would be my bet. Which is cool, because that means it should be nice and easy. What? Well, free solder. Free solder. A London job. No, I bought this from eBay, mate. I bought this for 60 quid from eBay. Alright, I'm going to use some 0.1mm wire. Just a little bit. Solder sucker should be banned. Not if you use it right. If you use it properly, then it should be good to use. Right, jumper wire in place, and let's just manipulate it a little bit. There we go. Break away a la excess. Cool. And clean. And clean. Now, the question is this the board that has that cap there, or is it a board that doesn't have that cap there? Because if it's a board that doesn't have that cap there, then it's fine, but if it's meant to have that cap, then I would rather put it back, and that is not factory solder. So have they removed that capacitor? Right, we're gonna go contact on there. So I'm gonna come up here and just expose a tad of that trace, just a teeny tiny bit. I'm gonna go into beepity beep mode. That's the official name for it. That's not a made up name. And there we have continuity. Cool. Looks like one was there. It does, mate. It does indeed. So I'm thinking probably put one of them there. To be honest, I'll just stab myself with my frigging multimeter probe. It's always nice. But yeah, now we've got continuity. Yeah, I mean, the main problem with solder suckers is that people just don't know how to use them. People just don't know how to use them. They think they could just go full ham on them, and they can't. That's the biggest issue with them. Like an average person, like an average technician who's just doing it as a hobby, they don't generally know how to use them safely. I always angle mine. So if I'm using the solder, let me show you an example, because I'm going to be cleaning these pads out anyway. So let me show you an example of how I do it. I can show you how most people do it, then I'll show you how I do it. This is no offence to anyone, but people just don't know how to use them, that's the problem. Right, so we've got this solder. We've got two pads here. The first thing I always do you just flow a bit of solder onto it. Ah, god damn it. Well, maybe not. Yeah, so the first thing I do is just flow some solder onto it, and then I'll come on an angle like this. I'll go whack, and I'll do it multiple times. I don't care if it takes me like 5 attempts to clean the hole out. It's not going to damage the trace. And then once you've got the majority out, then you can come straight on. Like that. Most people are just going to go full ham. Let's just wait for that to flow. And they're just going to suck it straight out. I can't even get to that because my microscope's too low. So they're going to go full ham straight on and just suck it straight out. Like that. And that's where you tear the traces. Micro mate, welcome. Yeah, vibrations can knock it off, indeed. Very, very true there, mate. Right. Let me grab a Donner board. Yeah, I'm missing that cap on a few boards. Let me check the revision of this board because it doesn't look like I've stolen anything apart from a retimer off this one. This is revision M1003858001, revision F. Right, that's revision H. So this is a Rev H board here. I probably haven't got any Rev H boards. What RAM is that? 822. This is one of the latest revisions. Yeah, this is going to have a high manufacturer date on it. It's going to be I'd say 2017, I think. I don't think they have that cap on those revisions. Let's have a look. 2018, yeah. 25th of July 2018, the manufacturer date on this. This is one of the last revisions before they got discontinued. Well, before they stopped making them. Yeah, I don't think it has that cap on it, which is fine. I'm going to just ignore it then. Someone probably just put solder inside that just to piss me off. Yeah, cheers for hanging out, Steve. I appreciate it, mate. Right, this should technically work now. I'm going to add a little bit more solder. I'm going to add a little bit more thermal pasta because I've disturbed it. I'm not going to remove it. I'm just going to add a little bit, just a tad, just to fill in the gaps that have been moved. Wonky pin on that connector. Well, what wonky pin? Hey, it's my own. I can do what I want, okay? What wonky pin? Don't know what you're talking about, mate. Ah, dear. Right. Cheers for pointing that out, mate. I just sat there for fucking ages trying to figure out why the connector's not going in. Yoink. Hey. Un moment of truth. Un moment of truth. Okay. Yeah, cheers for hanging out, Big Mac. I appreciate that, buddy. Have a good night, mate. I'm going to be ending it myself soon as well. Right. Don't really need Wi-Fi. I do need to test the hard drive in a minute. Just have a look at that. I think it's going to be that sense wire causing it to slow down as well, though. To be honest. Well, no more high fan spin. Job done. Job done. There we go. Damage trace on the fan sense wire. There we go. Alright. Final task before I check and see if it actually does turn on. Hey, Keith uses a nice fixes. Right, so yeah, like I said, I've run into this a few times where we've had a connection issue between the sense wire on the fan, and that causes instant high fan speed. And I was a little bit off in the sense that it wasn't the fact that it was just not connected. I was a little bit off. I thought it would have been the actual fan connector itself on the fan side, but it wasn't. It was on the actual board side. So yeah, I mean, same thing, same principle, same end result, but yeah, I was a little bit off. Cool. Right, hard drive. So let's give this a read, see what's going on. Okay, it's picked up. Crystal disk info. Think the hard drive might be faulty. Okay, why is OBS crashed? What? Hold up. Right. Okay, guys. Hard drive's faulty. The hard drive has just crashed everything. Right, that should have come back on there. The stream should have come back on, but the hard drive just literally crashed everything. So it needs a hard drive. Yeah, I should pick back up in a minute, hopefully. I'll be back live. Huh. Are we back live? Still says unstable. OBS went down like Facebook. Hard drive is bad. Just in case it's not live for some people. What the hell is going on? Keyboard. Really? Give us a wave. Hello. Yeah, it crashed OBS. It crashed everything. It crashed the internet, crashed OBS, crashed everything. I think it's live. It says unstable, but I think it's live. Yeah, so this needs a hard drive, which is fine. I can put a new hard drive in it. But other than that, it's done. So yeah, this crashed. This hard drive crashed the computer. It could just be bad sectors, but this hard drive crashed the computer. So yeah, we need a hard drive. So save myself some money, just a little bit. I have the 1 terabyte hard drive from the PS4s. So the PS4 Pros I bought last week for £40 each. I've got a hard drive here from one of them, a 1 terabyte. And the 1 terabyte drive, technically I'm only really in for about a tenner, really. So I can use this hard drive and happy days, basically. So the fan issue is fixed. The hard drive, well, the slow game loading is pretty much solved. This hard drive here hasn't seen much usage. I did check that last week. This hard drive hasn't seen that much usage, so yeah, I'm happy to put this hard drive in and then resell it with this hard drive. And as DreamSpec said, easy money for once. Indeed, mate. Indeed. So yeah, exactly what I thought it would be with the fan issue. I thought that the fan issue would also have caused the slow hard drive, the lagging hard drive, but you know, it is what it is. So I'll install an OS on this and give it a full test. Maybe I might just do that tomorrow though. I might just confirm it displays and starts to install an OS and then be done with it, because it is getting late and I do want to sleep at some time tonight. So once I've rebuilt this into a fully working console, I should be able to resell it at around about 140. I would have used this for the Flip series, but I bought it before I'd sold anything else, so I couldn't use it. I had no choice but to just buy it for the sake of just buying it, just because it was there. Okay, so let's get a HDMI cable. So bear with me. But yeah, the hard drive itself really hasn't cost me that much because it comes as part of PS4 Pro that I only paid £40 for. The power supply I've listed on eBay for £85 because that's what they're going for. Okay, there we go. Right, let's have a look. Let's see if it displays on the TV. So let's go front facing cam. And there we go. E105. Cool. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Right, let's see if I can find my SSD. Or my external SSD, rather. External SSD. Come out, wherever you are. No, don't know where it is. Right, got a USB here. What's on this? Please be OSU 1. Yes, we're winning. We are winning. Actually, I'm losing because I don't have any batteries because they're in the house on charge. Whoops, caught the fan there. So I can't test wireless controller, but it should be fine. Troubleshoot and OSU. Ding. There we go. Right, that's going to update. As long as it's the correct disk drive, but should be fine. It should be absolutely fine. What happened to you upgrading that hard drive? What hard drive, mate? Cardiac appointment in 6 hours. Jesus Christ. Upgrading what hard drive? But I know which one you're on about. Yeah. Now I know which one you're on about, mate. When I get around to it, when I get some time for it, mate, I'll do it. Unfortunately, my own repairs are not generally on top of my priority list. Well, yeah, that's the. If he wants to focus, come on, autofocus. You turn yourself on every other time. Yeah, manufacturer date 2018, so it's a relatively new console. I think it's probably one of the last revisions they did. They didn't do many more revisions after that, 1 or 2 tops. So can't grumble at that at all. Well, yeah, £55 I paid for this with £5.30 postage. So still a bit of money to be made on this, even though I have had to replace the hard drive. That's all I've had to replace, and the hard drive didn't cost me that much. So still some decent money. I'm going to say this hard drive pretty much cost me a tenner. Cost me £10 for that hard drive, technically. The entire PS4 Pro cost me £40 with the hard drive. So yeah, I can't really say fairer than that. Yeah, I'll get round to that SSD thing one day. I'm going to be a little bit less busy for it though, to be honest, mate. Talking of busy, the listing for the Xbox One X that I'm selling as part of the Flip It series ends in like what, 8 hours, 8.5 hours, something like that. Let's have a look. 8 hours and 28 minutes until I should be able to start looking for other stuff. Right, well that's gone through the copying stage. Now she's verifying it. And then it'll reboot. And then it'll do all of the system checks. Hopefully it all works. So obviously I can't test a game tonight, but that crashing on the console is down to the game. Down to the hard drive. Absolutely guaranteed. It crashed my computer. So absolutely guaranteed it's down to that. I just want to make sure it actually installs properly before I call it done. I've changed the percentages on these, by the way. I've changed the percentages because that's usually 59% when it gets to this bar here. And it goes above that now. I think it goes to about 64%. But it used to be 59% for that bar there. So they've changed all the percentages, which is pretty annoying. Because I had them percentages on the top of my head. And now I've got to remember them all again. I'm pretty sure it's 64%. Now it gets to. Maybe 63. Oh, it's 62%. So, yeah, 62% now instead of 59%. Yeah, I had them all stuck in my head. Like, that's kind of what I do with all of this stuff. I just stick it in my head somewhere and it just stays there till I need it. Okay. So now I don't even know where it checks the disk drive. I'm going to have to confirm that one day. I did put the Wi-Fi card in the console, mate, yeah. It is in there. I would say where it checks the disk drive is probably still the same, 72%. But yeah, the only thing is I've got to figure out where the percentages are for these. If this holds on 72% for longer than it normally would, longer than it's taken for the rest of it, then that's where it's checking the disk drive. And it does look like it is. Yeah, so that's verifying the disk drive's still at 72%, so that's cool. That's fine. It should get to about 85% then to skip all the way across. I'm going to connect an Ethernet cable up. I don't really want to log in. I can't be arsed. Can't be bothered to log in. So I'm going to connect an Ethernet cable up, and just as it's asking me to log in, I'm going to disconnect it. Well, it's accepted the disk drive, so that's good, I guess. Now the question is, do I have a disk line around that I can actually use? Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Oh yeah, I'm tired. No, I don't have a disk line around. so I can't check the disk drive. The disk drive will work. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Here's some discs. Disk drive works. Yeah, disk drive's fine. It deletes the partition table. That's a strange one. Could be a corrupted master boot record. I would say. Yeah, could be a corrupted master boot record. Try fully cleaning the drive using diskpart. So using command prompt. So if you type in on the start menu, if you press the start menu and then type in diskpart as one word, diskpart, load up diskpart, and then just type in list disk. When it lists the disks that you've got installed, select that particular disk drive by typing in select disk and then the disk number, and then just type in clean. That will fully clean it and remove the master boot record as well. I think I've got a video on the channel somewhere where I show how to format a drive using diskpart. Works again after reformat. Yeah, but a reformat doesn't delete the master boot record. All it does is delete the partitions. Oh, lovely. We've got to update. Nope. There's one way to stop it from forcing you to sign in. Well, it's picking up a disk anyway. Well, that seems to be working fine to me. Picking up 4K, picking up a disk, picking up the interwebs. Wired, yeah, so that's working. Yeah, I'm happy. That's working. I'm going to run that update. And that will install the green screen as well. It won't actually take that long to download if you look. It's on 2% right now, 716 megabytes remaining. We'll just watch how quick it actually does download because of the internet being so quick. It's already on 35%. 320 meg remaining. 200 meg remaining. 100 downloaded. That internet's ridiculous. That internet's ridiculous. Yeah, you have to build the rebuild the master boot record. I'm sure a clean would actually no. You use diskpart to rebuild the master boot record. Yeah, you can use diskpart to rebuild it. Yeah, this is done. I'm happy. £55, £5.30 postage. A jumper wire, a hard drive, and a partridge in a pear tree, and some thermal paste. Yeah, I'm happy. That's a nice fix. Yeah, so obviously what I thought it was all along, even just based on the description, was the sense wire on the fan connector on the fan side itself. So if I grab another fan, where did I put the other fan? There it is. Yeah, so if I grab another fan, when you've got the fan here, this wire here, so if you look on the flat end, it's that wire there on the end, which is the sense wire. If that wire comes disconnected at all, then you're going to get high fan spin. And basically what someone's done is they've damaged the connector somehow, probably taking it apart too. I'm guilty of this myself. I've damaged connectors, taking them apart. I've ripped these connectors clean off because they get stuck in, they get seized in there. So someone's likely damaged the connector, they've changed the connector, put a new one on, but when they've replaced it, they've used a solder sucker or something and torn the trace. And that's why we had the high fan spin, because it wasn't, the sense wire wasn't making a connection because the trace was damaged on the back. Yeah, that and the hard drive for the slow loading times, and it's done. Happy days. Yeah. So right, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. It's getting late. It's like 3:05. So this is going to update. It's going to run through the update process and stuff, and then I'll be listing it on Facebook in the morning, if Facebook's back online. So yeah, thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I'm going to go and get some food, and then I'm going to get some sleep. So yeah, until the next time, I will see you all later. Video coming tomorrow. Really interesting video coming tomorrow. Where someone stabbed through a Nintendo switchboard. So look out for that one on YouTube. But yeah, I'll catch you all later. Thank you all for hanging out. Have a good night, everyone.